noter que selon
Allow me to note that according to the information provided of the 290 recommendations received, 206 have been supported by Kuwait and 80 noted. Additional clarification has been provided on 4 recommendations, stipulating that these recommendations have been met with support and some have been noted. I give the floor to the head of delegation for final comments. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion of the session, I would like to affirm on behalf of the delegation of the State of Kuwait that this stage represents a natural extension of a long-standing approach the state has followed for decades in the field of promoting human rights. At the same time, the State of Kuwait affirms that the accepted recommendations will not remain merely theoretical commitments, but will be translated into measurable programs and actionable plans through clearly defined national mechanisms. The Permanent National Committee for the Preparation of Reports and Follow-up on recommendations will continue to serve as the institutional framework, ensuring the implementation of this process in close coordination with all state institutions, so as to ensure that the outcomes are tangible in the lives of both citizens and residents. In conclusion, the State of Kuwait renews before your esteemed Council its sincere commitment to constructive cooperation with the Council and its various mechanisms, stemming from a firm conviction that the protection of human dignity and the promotion of rights and freedoms is a shared objective. The State of Kuwait remains committed to the recommendations it had accepted and affirms that it engages with this mechanism with confidence and responsibility and in a spirit of partnership founded on mutual respect and adherence to the principles of international law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie son
I thank His Excellency for his presentation as well as for the constructive participation of Kuwait throughout the UPR process. I would now propose that the Council adopt the decision on the outcome document of the Universal Periodic Review of Kuwait as it appears on the screen. I see no objections. So decided.
Merci.
Thank you.
Excellences distinguées,
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will now proceed to the consideration of the outcome document of Nicaragua, which was reviewed during the 47th session of the working group in November 2024. I note, however, that the delegation of Nicaragua is not present in the room. I would recall that the Council, at its 58th session, decided to postpone to the 60th session the consideration and adoption of the outcome documents of the UPR on Nicaragua, while leaving open the opportunity to set a prior date in case where Nicaragua would resume its cooperation with the Council and the UPR mechanism. On the 2nd of July, during the 26th meeting of the 59th session, as well as during the organizational meeting for the 60th session held on the 25th of August, I reported on my efforts and steps undertaken as the President of the Council and with the assistance of friendly delegations to encourage Nicaragua to resume its cooperation with the UPR mechanism. The messages and other communications that have been conveyed since to encourage Nicaragua in a constructive dialogue with a view to resuming its cooperation with the UPR mechanism have received no response from the concerned country. On the 19th of September, the Bureau agreed that if Nicaragua were to refrain from resuming its cooperation with the UPR mechanism during the current session, a written draft decision on the non-cooperation of a state under review based on the Council decision OM 7101 of the 29th of January 2013 would be distributed to delegations at the latest tomorrow, and informal consultations would be organized to discuss this document. This draft decision would then be submitted for consideration to the Council at the end of the session. I would recall that the Bureau also emphasized that it would not be necessary for the Council to adopt such a decision if Nicaragua were to complete its UPR before the end of the 60th session.
Excellences distinguées,
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take up the general debate on agenda item 6, and I would recall that requests for the right of the reply will be dealt with at the end of the general debate. I would call on all speakers to comply with the speaking time limits, that is to say 1.5 minutes. minutes. As usual, the full statements should be uploaded to the extranet. The list of speakers will be closed in 15 minutes, and we will begin by the list of the members of the Council, and I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of the European Union on behalf of a group of countries.
I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Albania, Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, Georgia, Liechtenstein, and Armenia align themselves with this statement. The EU reaffirms its steadfast support for the UPR, a unique mechanism for promoting human rights globally. Civil society plays a key role in preparing for UPR sessions and implementing their outcomes. The EU urges all states to ensure safe and unhindered participation of civil society, free from fear or reprisals, whether at home or abroad, online or offline. Human rights defenders, journalists, lawyers, and civil society must not suffer for standing up for those deprived of equality, freedom, or peace. No country has a flawless human rights record. The UPR provides a vital space for self-reflection and transparency by shedding light on potential blind spots and receiving recommendations for improvement. Universality, the UPR's biggest asset, is now at risk. The EU regrets any situation in which full engagement with the mechanism does not occur. In such cases, absence should not reduce scrutiny, but rather heighten attention to the human rights situation. We remain committed to ensuring that the UPR continues to be a constructive, inclusive, and fruitful platform for all. The EU will continue engaging in this important process. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole à la
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia for ASEAN.
Mr. President, I have the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of the member states of ASEAN and Timor-Leste. ASEAN reaffirms its unwavering support and commitments to the UPR mechanism as a critical component of the HRC. As a unique state-led peer review mechanism that promotes international cooperation, the UPR is significantly intertwined with and complementary to the work of other human rights mechanisms, including the treaty bodies and special procedures. Consistent with the UPR's primary goal of supporting states through technical assistance and capacity building, ASEAN underscores the importance of ensuring that the mechanism responds to the specific needs and priorities of the countries concerned. We believe that such assistance will help strengthen states' ability to implement the agreed recommendations in a way that is both effective and meaningful. ASEAN would also like to express its concern over the possibility that live webcasting and archiving services of the UPR working group may no longer be provided in the future due to budgetary constraints. Continuation of these modalities is paramount to ensuring the transparency and inclusivity of the UPR process. In conclusion, ASEAN reiterates its full commitment to working closely with the OHCHR and the UPR Secretariat to advance the promotion and protection of human rights for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan on behalf of the OIC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a long-standing exponent, the OIC Group reiterates its support for the UPR process as one of the key success stories of the HRC. The success of UPR is symbolized by the level of trust, participation of member states, constructive engagement, and the steady growth of legislative, policy, and administrative steps taken by states in light of the recommendations received. We are satisfied that despite rising polarization in the Council, the UPR process has endured, with member states reaffirming their commitment to this vital element of the IAB package. We reiterate that the spirit of constructive engagement should continue to guide the future UPR cycles. As UPR cycle continues, we underline that member states must uphold universality, impartiality, transparency, equal treatment, and the voluntary peer review nature of the process, ensuring it remains untainted. The preparation of nation's report with all its components have played a huge role in strengthening the process and ensuring its success. We also appreciate the role of CSOs and national human rights institutions during the UPR process. The OIC also supports the 2 voluntary funds related to UPR for enabling enhanced participation of developing countries and meaningfully helping them in implementation of the agreed recommendations. The OIC expresses its appreciation for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for their role in smooth and efficient proceedings of the UPR process. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana on behalf of Group of African States.
Thank you, Mr. President. The African Group reaffirms its steadfast support for the UPR as a universal, cooperative, and non-confrontational mechanism. We emphasize its unique value in fostering constructive dialogue, mutual respect, and shared learning among states. As one of the most significant innovations of the Human Rights Council, the UPR upholds the principle of equal treatment and provides a vital platform for states to share progress, exchange best practices, and address challenges in promoting and protecting human rights. The group underscores the complementarity between the UPR and regional mechanisms, such as the Africa Peer Review Mechanism and the Africa Governance Architecture. These frameworks reflect the African Union's firm commitment to advancing democracy, good governance, human rights, and sustainable development across the continent. Mr. President, to maximize the impact of the UPR, the African Group stresses the importance of translating accepted recommendations into concrete actions that improve the socio-economic lives of citizens. Therefore, we call for enhanced international cooperation, offer of technical assistance and capacity building, particularly for LDC seats and post-conflict states, to support implementation and strengthen national human rights systems. Finally, the Africa Group urges all states to deepen their engagement with the UPR process to build resilient societies grounded in. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela on behalf of a group of countries.
Thank you, President. Venezuela is honored to take the floor on behalf of the Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the UN. Resolution 60/251 of the UN General Assembly created the UPR mechanism designed to support, promote, and broaden the promotion and protection of human rights in all countries. The basis for this review is to provide objective, reliable information on the fulfillment by states of their obligations and commitments in human rights. This is a universal exercise in which cooperation and the participation of the country prevails. Resolution 5.1 of this Council stipulates that the review will be based on the principles established in the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, human rights instruments to which the state is party, as well as promises and commitments undertaken on a voluntary basis by states. Thus, the group rejects any initiative taken by a state or group of states to politicize the UPR mechanism by affirmations or unfounded accusations that violate the precepts that have been established in the UN Charter. The group of friends will continue to work to promote the UPR mechanism as a quintessentially volunteer-based mechanism. Thank you, President.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uganda on behalf of NAM.
Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver the statement on behalf of the NAM. The movement reiterates the need to preserve the UPR as the only international mechanism of intergovernmental cooperation to examine human rights issues at national level in all UN member states on an equal footing. The UPR should indeed be a result-oriented cooperation mechanism based on an interactive dialogue with full participation of a country under review and taking into account its capacity building needs while ensuring non-selectivity and non-politicization in the consideration of the human rights issues. The UPR further should aim at strengthening capacity of member states upon their request and consent to implement their respective obligations on the promotion and protection of human rights. Mr. President, the NAM underlines the importance of the UPR to rely on reliable information, taking due account of information, comments, and observations provided by a country under review. The UPR should not be used as a tool to interfere in the internal affairs of a state or to question their political, economic, and social systems, but rather their sovereign rights and their national, religious, and cultural peculiarities should equally be respected. Finally, Mr. President, the NAM reaffirms the need to preserve the mechanism of the UPR and prevent it from its misuse and manipulation in this polarized environment as we continue to work. I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Norway on behalf of a group of countries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of Armenia, Fiji, Pakistan, South Africa, and my own country, Norway. We reaffirm our strong commitment to the UPR as a cooperative and action-oriented mechanism with universality as its defining strength. At the UPR, no state can claim a perfect record, but it also provides a yardstick along which to measure progress. We must ensure that the UPR process remains inclusive and impactful. It is therefore deeply regrettable that some states have withdrawn or absented themselves. Such decisions undermine the cooperative spirit that makes this mechanism unique and effective. We urge those states to re-engage. We also stress the importance of implementing Resolution 5130, including adequate resources and the UPR trust funds. They are vital for the participation of LDCs and SIDS and for follow-up on recommendations. We call on all states to contribute. We encourage states to prioritize implementation of accepted recommendations, share good practices, and support safe and meaningful engagement by civil society, national institutions, and other stakeholders. Finally, let's explore how we, through technology and otherwise, can ease the workload on the Secretariat and focus limited resources on follow-up of accepted recommendations. We remain committed to working with all states to keep the UPR universal, inclusive, and effective. I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ethiopia.
Mr. President, Ethiopia reaffirms its strong commitment to the UPR mechanism as a constructive, cooperative, and non-politicized platform for advancing the promotion and protection of human rights across all nations. The universality and equal treatment that underpin the UPR are foundational principles that Ethiopia values deeply. To this end, the UPR offers a unique platform for states to share experience, exchange good practice, and strengthen national human rights efforts. As a cooperative and inclusive process, the UPR relies on objective and reliable information, with recommendations being constructive, achievable, and respectful for national context and circumstances. Ethiopia accepted a significant number of recommendations during its first cycle universal periodic review and has already taken concrete steps toward their implementation, reaffirming its commitment to the UPR process and the promotion of human rights. Ethiopia recognized the vital role of the UPR voluntary fund in supporting states to ensure their meaningful participation in the universal periodic review process. We also express our sincere appreciations to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for its continued effort, support, which has been instrumental in facilitating states' effective engagement with the UPR process. In conclusion, Ethiopia reaffirms its commitment to advancing the UPR process and strengthening our national capacities to implement accepted recommendations. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole au
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
主席先生，
Mr. President, China congratulates the countries whose UPR reports were adopted by the Council. UPR is a crucial forum to ensure that all countries can exchange on an equal footing and frankly on human rights issues and to constructively cooperate within the framework of the United Nations. China advocates a genuine multilateralism and appeals for the review of human rights to remain guided by member states following principles of objectivity, non-selectivity, and non-politicization. China is of the view that all parties should work together to defend the universality and the constructive character of the UPR by making real progress in promoting and protecting human rights in each country. It is regrettable that some countries withdraw from the Council and refuse to participate in the review of the human rights situation, so which is a severe undermining of the UPR mechanism and impedes the advancement of the world cause of human rights. This year is the 80th anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations. We are entering a period of turbulence, and the difficulty of the moment, the greater the importance to uphold the spirit of peaceful coexistence and to strengthen confidence and cooperation that is beneficial to all. We are prepared to work with the international community to promote the improvement of worldwide governance of human rights and to ensure a future for the worldwide cause of human rights. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Costa Rica.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. For Costa Rica, the UPR is a valuable mechanism that helps us reflect on our achievements and helps international cooperation. We've seen more than a decade of the interinstitutional mechanism to try to oversee adherence to obligations. International cooperation can also be seen in recent progress. With support from the OHCHR, Costa Rica made progress in implementing a national database for the follow-up on recommendations. This tool
makes it possible to organize recommendations along themes or sustainable development, allocate responsible units or entities, draw up reports, etc. For our country, this is a clear demonstration of how openness and transparency bolsters a system to help protect human dignity. For this next cycle, Costa Rica will drive forward a participatory initiative to deal with discrimination and a number of issues. Thank you.
Merci. La liste.
Thank you. The list of speakers is now closed, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Georgia.
President. Georgia reaffirms its unwavering support for the UPR mechanism and continue to implement reforms guided by recommendations of UPR and other relevant human rights monitoring bodies, which are manifested in national human rights action plans. Georgia is approaching its fourth review cycle, which is scheduled for the 51st session. Just to name additional few measures in preparation for the upcoming review, we adopted the following legislation. The law on environmental liability, which is in line with the EU legislation. The law on industrial emissions in order to prevent, reduce, and control emissions into air, water, and soil from the industrial activities of large enterprises. We also approved the concept strategy for long-term low emission development of Georgia, which defines the path to climate-smart development in 7 sectors of economy and the Climate Change Strategy 2030 and its action plans. Unfortunately, notwithstanding government's efforts, recommendations received during the third review cycle related to strengthening of the role of international human rights mechanisms and organizations in monitoring situation in Russia-occupied Abkhazia and Tskhinvali regions of Georgia are not fulfilled, since the access remains blocked by the occupying power, the Russian Federation, which despite repeated calls by this council, the High Commissioner, and international courts, continues to deny access to international human rights mechanisms. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. We reiterate our constant commitment to the UPR. It is a pillar to institutionally develop the Council. The UPR allows for the exchange of best practices and the submission of interesting proposals. We believe that cultural, social, and economic characteristics of states under consideration must be taken into account when submitting recommendations. The responsibility for the implementation of recommendations is shouldered by the country under review. We reaffirm the importance of the role of civil society institutions, civil society, as well as the technical assistance and capacity building to states upon their request. We believe that the UPR must continue working on the basis of equality, non-politicization, and non-selectivity. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Maldives remains firmly committed to the UPR mechanism. As a hallmark of multilateralism, the UPR mechanism enables fulfillment by each state of its human rights obligations and commitments, thereby enhancing the domestic human rights situation and addressing obstacles to the full realization of human rights in their country. Mr. President, in the Maldives, the National Mechanism for Implementation Reporting and Follow-up Committee, comprising of technical representatives from all relevant state and government institutions, has been ensuring the effective coordination, systematic monitoring, and sustained implementation of the 187 accepted and 5 partially accepted recommendations from the third cycle of review. In preparation to undergo our fourth UPR cycle during the upcoming 50th session, Maldives utilized for the first time the National Recommendations Tracking Database when drafting our national report. As per previous reviews, we welcome all member states to provide us with constructive recommendations, and we are committed to an open, transparent, and constructive engagement. We value the UPR as an opportunity to reflect on our progress and foster dialogue to advance human rights. The Maldives acknowledges the cooperation and assistance provided by OSCHR and the UPR Secretariat and looks forward to strengthening our engagement in our forthcoming cycle of UPR in November this year. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole au distinguished.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Bangladesh holds the Universal Periodic Review in high regard as a unique peer review mechanism that effectively promotes and protects human rights globally. We firmly believe that the UPR mechanism promotes constructive dialogue, enhances cooperation, and provides a platform to share best practices. It is the mechanism that has greatly advanced human rights everywhere in the world on an equal footing. Any attempt to undermine this cooperative, successful mechanism should be avoided. Failure to do so would be a collective loss. In this regard, we underscore the need to fully respect the General Assembly Resolution 60/251, the institution building package, and the agreed upon modalities of the UPR mechanism. Mr. President, when making recommendations, it is crucial to take into account the national context, circumstances, and sensitivities because national mechanisms and domestic practices are the effective ways to translate UPR recommendations into tangible outcomes on the ground. States often lack progress in implementing these recommendations due to resources and capacity constraints. Therefore, technical assistance and capacity building supporting states' efforts should be the central to the meaningful implementation of the recommendations. Mr. President, finally, Bangladesh reaffirms its commitment to remain engaged with the UPR mechanism in the spirit of cooperation and inclusivity. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Gambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Gambia aligns itself with the statements delivered on behalf of the groups to which it belongs. We reaffirm our strong support for the UPR, which remains a uniquely inclusive and cooperative mechanism for the promotion and protection of human rights. Its peer review structure fosters dialogue, accountability, and mutual learning, enabling all states, regardless of size or capacity, to engage on an equal footing. Mr. President, the Gambia successfully completed its fourth circle UPR and received 309 recommendations, of which 273 were accepted. We are now focused on the implementation of these recommendations, many of which relate to strengthening our legal and institutional frameworks, advancing the rule of law, and protecting the rights of vulnerable groups. We value support from development partners and international actors to make these implementation efforts effective and sustainable. For states like the Gambia, the UPR is a vital platform to share national progress, receive constructive feedback, and learn from experiences of others. The Gambia expresses its sincere appreciation to the UPR Voluntary Trust Funds for participation and implementation. These funds have been instrumental in enabling our effective engagement throughout the review process and supporting follow-up to the recommendations we accepted. For LDCs and small island developing states, such assistance is indispensable in ensuring that the UPR remains accessible, inclusive, and truly universal, thereby leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba.
Señor Presidente.
President, the Universal Periodic Review is not a perfect mechanism, but it has proven to be effective and bear fruit, so we're in favor of it. The limited resources of this council should be focused on this kind of mechanism that promotes respectful dialogue, trust building, cooperation, technical assistance, and implementation of recommendations that have been agreed to by the concerned state. The UPR shows that no state is free of challenges or can claim themselves to be a paradigm. This is a space for dialogue, sharing of experience, learning from each other on an equal footing. Unlike the UPR, the other kinds of mechanisms do not contribute to improving human rights situations in the world. They destroy trust and have proven to be a waste of resources. It's crucial to continue to guarantee the necessary resources to allow for the participation of developing countries in the UPR. Cuba will continue to provide implementation of the 292 recommendations that were accepted by our country in the fourth cycle of the UPR. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bolivia.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. We acknowledge the core contribution to and reaffirm our commitment to the UPR mechanisms of the UN in its effort to support member states in adhering to their international obligations. The UPR is a fundamental pillar of the UN system, and its strength is in universality, interdependence, indivisibility of all human rights. These are principles that guide our collective action and ensure that no right is more important than another. To this end, the mechanism should continue to be a place for cooperation based on objective and reliable information that helps lead to an interactive, cooperative dialogue in good faith between states. Objectivity, impartiality, and non-selectivity are not abstract principles, but rather indispensable conditions for genuine dialogue. Without this, it reduces the discussion to trust between states, where it limits the ability to build consensus and undermines multilateralism. It's necessary to try to preserve the financial resources that are required for this to operate. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malawi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Malawi aligns itself with the statement of the African Group, welcomes this general debate on the UPR, and appreciates the importance of the mechanism in the promotion and protection of human rights. Malawi submitted its fourth cycle UPR in August 2025 and looks forward to its review, which will take place in November 2025. The report is a product of a transparent, open, and consultative process with the involvement of various ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as the civil society organizations in the country, through our formalized national mechanism on implementation, reporting, and follow-up. Malawi made deliberate efforts to link the implementation of the third cycle UPR recommendations, ongoing processes such as the Malawi 2063, and implementation of UN and AU treaty body recommendations. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci. Je donne la parole à la
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, President. The Dominican Republic reiterates its firm commitment to the UPR, one of the most valuable and universal mechanisms of the Human Rights Council. The UPR is a unique place where all states are assessed on an equal footing in an exercise which is transparent and demonstrates cooperation, and this strengthens accountability and trust in multilateralism. To this end, we express our deep concern at a lack of cooperation with this mechanism that risks undermining its credibility, universality, and mandatory nature. The full committed participation of all states is crucial to maintain trust in the system and to ensure that the UPR continues to be an efficient instrument for the promotion and protection of human rights. We highlight the importance of recommendations issued by states during the UPR and the identification and dissemination of good practices that allows countries to learn from each other and improve national human rights policies. This sharing of experience bolsters the capacity of states to implement real change and contribute to building fairer, more inclusive and respectful societies. We encourage all states to resume and maintain full cooperation with the UPR, remembering that sovereign equality and universality are the foundation of this mechanism. Only this way can we preserve its legitimacy and its capacity to contribute effectively to promoting and protecting human rights across the world. Thank you, President.
Merci.
Thank you. This was the final speaker on my list. We now turn to the list of observers, and I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thanks, Mr. President. As a long-standing advocate of the Universal Periodic Review, the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its strong support for the mechanism, which stands out as one of the most notable achievements of the Human Rights Council. The UN members' vocal support of the UPR and its non-discriminatory ground has increased the trust and cooperation between HRC and member states and led to a constant pattern of implementation and follow-up by states in response to accepted recommendations received through the process. This constructive dialogue should be protected from any politicization and manipulation. The inclusion of the UPR in HRC regular session is a critical element THT should be mandated. Furthermore, we stress the importance of safeguarding the integrity of the UPR by ensuring that its core principles, universality, impartiality, transparency, equal treatment, voluntariness, and the peer review character are fully respected and upheld by all member states. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole au
Thank you. Give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nepal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Universal Periodic Review process has played an instrumental role in assessing and advancing the situation of human rights and in sharing the best practices through peer review, open dialogue, and voluntary cooperation. It is noteworthy that all 193 UN member states have undergone their UPR during the past 3 cycles. Further, the steady increment of both the number of recommending states and the number of recommendations speak about its effectiveness. The universal and cooperative engagement by the states underscore the crucial significance of the UPR mechanism in fostering global dialogue on human rights. Mr. President, Nepal's commitment to the human rights bodies and mechanisms, including the UPR process, is unwavering. We continue to make our earnest efforts in full implementation of the accepted recommendations from the previous cycles and in ensuring free and full enjoyment of human rights in Nepali society. We urge all the states and stakeholders to further strengthen their constructive engagements with the human rights mechanisms, including the UPR. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci. Je donne la
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia.
Mr. President, Malaysia aligns itself with the statements of the groups it belongs to. The UPR remains an effective intergovernmental platform that helps foster change and contributes towards the improvement of the situation of human rights on the ground. It is a vital mechanism through which human rights situations globally can be discussed and provide states with an opportunity to share progress, identify challenges, and learn from one another. Malaysia is committed to this process and has made significant improvements, having gone through 4 review cycles. Through the National Human Rights Action Committee, we have adopted a whole of society approach in the assessment, monitoring, and implementation of the UPR recommendations. Complementing these efforts, Malaysia continues to leverage the National Recommendations Tracking Database to plan and track the implementation of our obligations under the UPR and other relevant human rights treaties recommendations, including the SDGs. Malaysia further recognizes the crucial role of the UPR in providing technical assistance to states and enhancing their capacity to deal effectively with human rights challenges. We believe targeted technical assistance and capacity building are essential in equipping institutions and stakeholders with the necessary resources, helping states realize their commitments under the UPR process. To this end, Malaysia encourages greater contributions to the UPR volunteering funds, particularly to support and strengthen the UPR process among developing countries. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Iraq. Thank you, President. My delegation fully supports the UPR mechanism. This is an international framework for cooperation and sharing of best practices in human rights. We commend the efforts taken to develop this mechanism to guarantee that it's inclusive and impartial in promotion and protection of human rights without discrimination, encouraging states to honor their international obligations. We call on states to preserve this platform or this space as a tool for cooperation between states. We're concerned at the liquidity crisis that is gripping the UN and notably the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms and special procedures. Treaty bodies. We would stress the importance of preserving and protecting the UPR from the repercussions and the knock-on effects of this crisis to ensure that we can sustain this instrument in the UN. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Armenia.
Mr. President, at the end of the fourth cycle of the UPR of Armenia, we reiterate the enduring value and the relevance of UPR as the cornerstone of the Human Rights Council for the protection and promotion of human rights. We reaffirm our dedication to translating UPR recommendations into concrete actions guided by the principles of inclusivity, transparency, and cooperation with all stakeholders, national and international. This includes sustained engagement with civil society, national human rights institutions, and our international partners. As a committed member of the Group of Friends on the UPR, Armenia looks forward to harnessing the potential of this platform for helping to shape a more inclusive, effective, and forward-looking fifth cycle. Finally, we are convinced that this process must also build on existing synergies with other international and regional organizations whose contributions help enhancing implementation, monitoring, and technical cooperation. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I recognize the distinguished representative of Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Egypt highly values the important and pivotal role
reiterates its commitment to cooperate in a constructive fashion with UN mechanisms and to promote human rights nationally for all. Thank you. Thank you. I give the floor to UN Habitat for a video message.
UN Habitat appreciates the opportunity to contribute to and participate in the Universal Periodic Review process. We congratulate member states for sustaining the process and for consistently reviewing progress and increasing the ambition of their objectives through successive cycles. UN Habitat welcomes the increasing attention given to adequate housing and services, including the rights to water and sanitation. These are closely interdependent rights related to the right to an adequate standard of living. For example, it is impossible to fulfill the right to adequate housing without adequate access to safe water and sanitation. Similarly, it is impossible to effectively address homelessness or the gender dimension of housing without considering social protection. We take this opportunity to also note that the long-term sustainability of rights such as adequate housing, water and sanitation requires that they are not considered as simply quantitative and addressed through unit delivery or supply. They also require effective institutional frameworks and integration with other policy and administrative areas, particularly social protection, land and spatial planning. UN Habitat welcomes the gender equality and inclusion principles frequently included in recommendations related to housing and service delivery. We encourage member states to give greater recognition to the role of local and regional governments in respecting, protecting and fulfilling rights in these areas. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la...
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chad. Thank you, President. Chad aligns itself with the statement given by the African Group. We reaffirm our commitment to the UPR and its connected funds, a key pillar of the Council, the goal of which is to serve as a lever for establishing the institutional framework for states. Chad reiterates that the Council must guarantee human rights issues within the UPR and address them with full respect for political, social and cultural specificities of the country and respect for sovereignty and the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of states. We commend all states whose final reports were adopted during this session of the Council, and we would encourage them to continue their efforts to give effect to the recommendations accepted to promote human rights. Chad, after adoption of its outcome reports under the fourth cycle of the UPR, accepted 234 recommendations given by stakeholders and took note of 8. Chad intends to submit its midterm report on the follow-up of recommendations accepted by 2026. We stress the indivisible nature of human rights and the need to respect the principles of objectivity, impartiality, and non-selectivity. Chad reaffirms its continued commitment to cooperate with the OHCHR and to ensure access to special procedures. Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Azerbaijan values the universal periodic protection and promotion of human rights and advancing effective dialogue among states. In conclusion, we would like to reiterate our support for universal periodic review and our commitment for cooperation and open dialogue within this mechanism. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yemen would like to congratulate the state of Kuwait for the adoption of its outcome document, and it associates itself with the statements of the groups to which it belongs. It stresses the importance of Agenda Item 6 on the UPR mechanism, as it is one of the main and most effective Human Rights Council mechanisms that guarantees equality between all states and an interactive dialogue based on constructive cooperation and exchange of experiences.
مع هذه الآلية وتؤكد أن نجاحها يتوفر يتوقف على التمسك بمبادئها.
This mechanism based on its founding principles, objectivity, mutual respect, and non-politicization. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you. This was the last speaker on my list. We'll now turn on to the list of NHRIs and NGOs. I give the floor to UPR Info.
UPR Info welcomes the draft resolution on cooperation with the UN, its representative and mechanism in the field of human rights, and invites all member states of the HRC to adopt it by consensus. As highlighted in the SDA report on the same matter, it is deeply concerning that the numbers of reported acts of intimidation and reprisals remain high across region. This trend directly
Merci. Je donne la parole à International Catholic Child Bureau.
Et la circulaire du 29 juillet 2023 relative à la mise en œuvre du décret représente des efforts louables.
Laudable advances towards operationalizing the principle of general interest work. Our two organizations have organized capacity building exercises for juvenile justices, prosecutors, judges for the implementation of sentences, clerks, and social workers. But greater political will is required, as this has not yet lived up to expectations. In the DRC, Article 134 of the law of the 10th of January 2009 provides for general interest work or community service as an alternative to the deprivation of liberty, but this provision is not applied. A pilot experience conducted by two of our organizations with 3 child tribunals in Kinshasa has nevertheless demonstrated the effectiveness of tools and innovative practices. We call on the government of the DRC to build on these achievements to implement Article 134. In Togo, two of our organizations welcome the adoption of the National Program for Positive Parenting, the Facilitator's Guide, and the training modules, as well as the involvement of the prefecture level departments for the reintegration of children in conflict with the law in connection with the Center for Access to Justice. However, this reintegration remains fragile due to lack of resources. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole à Action.
I give the floor to Action Canada for Population and Development by video.
Thank you, President. Action Canada makes a statement on behalf of the Sexual Rights Initiative. The SRI has engaged with the UPR since its inception, seeing the value for national accountability of a cooperative peer review mechanism for human rights acculturation that it has embedded in its design the participation of civil society actors. The UPR is a useful checkpoint for states to reflect on their human rights programming. It is a continuous reminder that realization of human rights should be a regular facet of states' work, and that we shouldn't have to wait for crises, emergencies, and conflicts to center human rights or to make a voluntary commitment to do better. However, this mechanism, which has so much promise, is continuously at risk of being instrumentalized to rubber stamp state apathy and underperformance. Across the cycles, we have seen states undercut the transformative potential of the mechanism through failing to meaningfully engage and consult civil society ahead of national reporting or implementation, through enacting reprisals against civil society for UPR engagement, and through states making and accepting recommendations that are inconsistent with human rights law, norms, and standards. Presently, Nicaragua and the United States of America are two non-cooperation dealing a blow to one of the core principles of the UPR, that of universal coverage. Their absences, if left unaddressed, threaten the foundation of the UN human rights system, namely the universality of rights and the fulfillment of states' obligations to accountability in this regard. The conditions that necessitated the creation of the UPR still persist, and states must work to retain it. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Advocates for Human Rights for a joint statement by video.
Mr. President, the Universal Periodic Review's strength lies in its universality. The Advocates for Human Rights and 40 co-signatory civil society organizations express our grave concern for the future of the UPR. And we call on you, Mr. President, as well as all UN member states, to take urgent measures to safeguard the UPR's integrity. The Council in its 58th session failed to adopt Nicaragua's UPR outcome, and the Council has rescheduled that adoption for the current session. It is unclear, however, whether Nicaragua will participate. But the UPR faces another imminent threat. The United States of America is refusing to participate in its review scheduled for November 7th. As civil society organizations based in the United States, we depend on the UPR to signal to U.S. authorities, even during our country's current human rights crisis, that we can and will hold them to account. We rely on member states and observers to take the floor during the review to amplify our voices, helping us speak truth to power. We call on you, Mr. President, to exercise your good offices to ensure that the United States will have a fourth cycle UPR. If authorities continue to refuse to participate, we call on you to take other measures to encourage cooperation and to move forward with that UPR by the end of the fourth cycle. We further encourage the Council to consider all available tools at its disposal to address the need to bolster the integrity of the UPR in light of recent assaults on its universality. And we call on all member states to reject the United States example and to recommit to active, unwavering engagement in the UPR process. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Green and Better World.
Does not reflect the systemic violations of the human rights of the Catalan people. The omission of critical issues of political rights risks legitimizing Spain's repression. Spain's penal code has been misused against Catalans engaged in peaceful expression and assembly. The amnesty law of 2024, intended to redress politically motivated prosecution, has been obstructed by Spain's highest courts. This amounts to a judicial rebellion which keeps the 130th President Carles Puigdemont and two other Catalan leaders in exile. Judicial investigations about Spain's misuse of invasive spyware, such as Pegasus, against Catalan elected representatives, journalists, and civil society have been stalled, leaving victims without remedies and entrenching impunity. Finally, the report is practically silent on the right to self-determination. All peoples possess this right under Common Article 1 of both covenants. Its omission not only ignores the core of Catalonia's grievances, but also undermines the credibility of the UPR process itself. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the Platform for Languages Association.
Thank you, Mr. President. Plataforma per la Llengua is an NGO that promotes Catalan and protects the rights of current and future Catalan speakers across the Catalan-speaking territories. We firmly believe that linguistic rights, especially those of minority and minoritized language communities, are fundamental human rights, and therefore discrimination based on language is a violation of human rights. That's why we actively have engaged in the UPR process to denounce that Spain does not fully respect the rights of its autochthonous linguistic communities. The former UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues made this clear. Linguistic minorities do face discrimination by the Spanish state. This conclusion is further supported by multiple reports from the Council of Europe, which highlight ongoing violations. Such limitations, with no consequences, erode respect for diversity and fairness. They jeopardize the full development of Catalan-speaking communities, and they put at risk the future of the Catalan language itself. We thank the states that have taken this issue seriously and have issued recommendations to Spain to promote linguistic diversity and protect the human rights of linguistic minorities. It is a positive step that Spain has accepted these recommendations. However, we urge the state to implement them without delay, as a matter of democratic responsibility and in compliance with its international human rights obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to International Council Supporting Fair Trial and Human Rights.
Mr. President, during the latest UPR on Morocco, it has received a number of recommendations related to the Western Sahara, including the independence and self-determination and the rights of Sahrawi people. However, we noticed that Morocco has not implemented many of these recommendations regarding the right of expression, assembly, and association. The human rights defenders and activists are still deprived of them because of their political opinions, which is a flagrant discrimination that paralyzes the promotion and protection of human rights in this territory. We are gravely concerned by Morocco's non-implementation of the human rights and fundamental freedoms of the Sahrawi people, as well as the whereabouts of the missing ones and a just and fair trial for political detainees. We call upon calling upon Morocco to implement relevant recommendations, and we call upon the international community to follow these recommendations and put an end to the state of impunity for the violation of human rights. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I give the floor to Forum for Development and Human Rights Dialogue by Video.
Mr. President, the crimes and violations committed by the Houthi militias in Yemen are a shock to the human conscience. The world has witnessed blatant violations of human rights in Yemen by the Houthi militias, targeting journalists by arrest and enforced disappearance, which has silenced the truth, a destruction of the civil infrastructure, including hospitals and schools, in a flagrant violation of the international law. Such practices show that the armed militias have become a key player in undermining human rights without any real accountability. Hence, we have to stress that the UPR, despite its importance since the inception of the Human Rights Council, remain limited in its effectiveness regarding this non-state actors. They commit states, but they have no power when it comes to armed militias. Hence, we call upon the Council and the international community to investigate and look into complementary alternative mechanisms that guarantee accountability for those militias regarding their violations of human rights, which amount to crimes against humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the development of the local community association at Gazirat Beba by Video.
Mr. President, we express our appreciation of the UPR for being one of the major developments of the human Rights Council since its founding. It has allowed states to review its commitments regarding human rights before the international human rights law, and it has contributed in enhancing the principle of accountability among states. However, it is evident that this mechanism, despite its symbolic strength, is unable to affect non-government, non-state actors, especially armed militias. It has recruited children against their will. It has sent them to war fronts. It has planted mines in civil areas, which has caused thousands of casualties, mainly women and children. It has deprived local communities from humanitarian assistance. The persistence of such crimes prove the need for a supportive and innovative international mechanism to put an end to these crimes by armed militias. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to War Resisters International.
The Republic of Turkey has received 334 recommendations during the UPR and has noted about 74 of them. Several recommendations address freedom of expression and opinion, but with great concern, none of them address the compelling issue of the violation of the right to conscientious objection to military service, which is inherent to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. Specific recommendations on this issue have been raised in the second and third cycle. Turkey is the only member of the Council of Europe that has not yet recognized the right to conscientious objection to military service. There is no mechanism to which conscientious objectors can apply, nor is there an alternative civilian service. Although Article 24 of the Constitution protects freedom of thought, belief, and conscience, conscientious objectors are considered as liable to compulsory military service and treated as criminals, such as in the case of Chinar Kochgiri Doğan, jailed last August and released on condition and waiting for his new trial on October 10th. Conscientious objectors are subjected to repetitive administrative and criminal proceedings and punishment. ECHR stated that these vicious cycles of violation amount to a situation of civil death. Their social, economic, and political rights are considered violated. WRI, together with its partner Connection EV, calls on Turkey to implement this right, and on the member of the Council to continue to draw attention to this serious violation affecting many Turkish citizens and their families who are forced to live in shadows or seek protection and a dignified life abroad, and to make full and timely use of this unique
Human Rights Watch for a joint statement.
Mr. President, the Universal Periodic Review was created with a clear purpose, to ensure that every UN member state undergoes a peer review of its human rights record. The UPR is also a key opportunity for civil society groups to voice their concerns at the UN, especially where repressive governments have shut down free expression and independent monitoring of human rights. Nicaragua's decision not to participate in the adoption of its UPR outcome is the latest example of its increasing disregard for human rights and persistent non-cooperation with UN and regional mechanisms. The Council should encourage cooperation, but be prepared to finalize adoption with or without the state's participation. We're deeply concerned by the United States' announcement that it will not engage with its own UPR. This Council should robustly follow up this decision, particularly given the seriously deteriorating human rights situation in the country and the implications for the UPR process generally. Consistent with past practice, the Council should adopt a written decision with a firm deadline for the US to complete its UPR review. If non-cooperation continues, this Council should consider appropriate actions, including proceeding with a review of the human rights situation in the United States. The credibility of this Council depends on its ability to apply the same standards and rules to all states, regardless of their power or size. Ensuring robust follow-up on the US decision not to cooperate with the UPR and addressing the worsening rights landscape in the country will be a key test for this Council. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to United Towns Agency for North-South Cooperation.
السيد الرئيس أصحاب
Mr. President, Excellencies, this 60th session has proved that the UPR is a real space for sharing information on the implementation of human rights. We have seen a collective will to have a better future. We would like to give a few examples. Kuwait has provided examples on social protection and support of vulnerabilities. Turkey has shown steps taken for legal reform. Spain has shown a clear commitment to social justice and equality and efforts to integrate SDGs. All these practices are excellent examples for other countries. The challenge today is not the number of recommendations, but the capacity to implement them. Human rights are inalienable right to all persons. We highly appreciate all efforts made. This session is an additional step to protect and promote human rights. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole au Forum méditerranéen.
Thank you. I give the floor to the Mediterranean Forum for the Promotion of the Rights of Citizens.
The interpreters apologize. Sound quality is too poor for interpretation.
أوائل نوفمبر تشرين الثاني يشكل انتهاكا خطيرا للقواعد الدولية. لقد ظلت الولايات المتحدة تتدخل بشكل عشوائي في الشؤون الداخلية للدول الأخرى تحت ستار حقوق الإنسان وتقوم بإعداد تقارير كاذبة لتشويه صورة الدول الأخرى وتستخدم قوانينها المحلية لممارسة الولاية القضائية الطويلة، لكنها تغض الطرف عن مشاكلها المنهجية في مجال حقوق الإنسان مثل التمييز العنصري وانتشار الأسلحة النارية وعنف السلطة. أما آلية الأمم المتحدة لاستعراض حقوق الإنسان الوطنية التي تهدف إلى تعزيز التقدم في مجال حقوق الإنسان في جميع أنحاء العالم، فقد تملصت الولايات المتحدة من جانبها وتجاهلت 347 اقتراحا نقديا من 116 دولة لتحسينها. إن سلوك الولايات المتحدة الذي يتبع التطبيق المتفق عليه والرفض المتفق عليه يظهر طبيعة هيمنتها. وفي هذا الصدد ندعو بقوى المجتمع الدولي إلى التحرك وحث الولايات المتحدة على الوفاء بمسؤوليتها كقوة كبرى والعودة إلى المسار الصحيح في أقرب وقت ممكن، والقبول بالرقابة الدولية والمشاركة في مدونة الأمم المتحدة بشأن حقوق الإنسان. فبهذه الطريقة فقط يمكن للولايات المتحدة أن تواجه مشاكلها الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان وأن تزيل العقبات التي تعترض سبيل التنمية العالمية لحقوق الإنسان.
Merci, je donne la parole à la...
I thank you. I give the floor to the Association of Women for Sustainable Development.
Chair. During the last UPR review on Sri Lanka on February 2023, the Council members forget to address recommendations regarding the Tamils genocide in Sri Lanka. Unfortunately, the recommendations were formulated too general or too wide. Therefore, we call upon the UN HRC members, other affiliated UN agencies, and members of state to recognize the genocide resolution passed unanimously in the Northern Provincial Council of Sri Lanka on 10th February in 2015. Council members have to have a new resolution under Agenda 4 to appoint a special reporter to monitor and investigate ongoing human rights violations and repressions against the Tamil nation. CEDAW experts to assist Elam Tamil women to have justice with international mechanisms. We call on the European Commission to stop being complicit in the genocide against the Tamils and to suspend all aid and benefits such as the Generalized System of Preference Plus, GSP Plus, granted to Sri Lanka. To the fourth committee members of the General Assembly, to recognize that Tamil territories are not governing by Tamils. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to APSI.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, last 4 UPR on Sri Lanka, the recommendations were formulated too general or too wide that the state concerned alleged that those recommendations are being implemented at the time within the state. But unfortunately, the Troika countries on Sri Lanka don't even propose any recommendations regarding the obligation of Sri Lankan state to accountability for international crimes. We would like to urge the members of states to articulate their recommendations in specifically and avoid the use of void and vague concepts at the implementation of these recommendations can be monitored properly after 4 years. We are concerned at the recent genocide of Tamils ended in May 2009. Sri Lankan government killed or enforced disappeared more than 175,000 Tamils. As State Charles Petrie report, UN mechanism failed to protect Elam Tamils from genocide. The genocide has 2 dimensions, a past physical genocide and an ongoing structural genocide, upheld and legitimized by Sinhala political Buddhism. This ideology sustains militarization, demographic engineering, land seizures, and cultural erasures of Tamil. We asked to the council members to have a nomination of special rapporteur for Sri Lanka to refer Sri Lanka to the International Criminal Court (ICC). Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole à l'association.
Thank you. I give the floor to the Association of Women to Fight Poverty.
Voilà. Je donne...
Not present. I give the floor to the United Nations Association of China.
Mr. President, the UPR mechanism is a cornerstone of global human rights governance. It mandates all member states to undergo a peer review every 4.5 years, fostering transparency, dialogue, and the sharing of best practices to advance human rights worldwide. However, the UPR faces notable challenges, including selectivity, double standards, political polarization, distorting objective assessments, and finger-pointing and unwarranted attacks instead of equal and constructive dialogue. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the UN. At this historical moment, China put forward the Global Governance Initiative, offering constructive response. It advocates for sovereign equality, international rule of law, multilateralism, people-centered, and action orientation. By promoting equality, mutual respect, and win-win cooperation, the GGI can help bridge divides, strengthen the UPR's effectiveness, and contribute to a more just and inclusive global human rights governance system. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the floor to Shanxi Patriotic Volunteer Association by video.
尊敬的各位代表、主席，我是国际爱国公约组织代表，联合国人权。
Distinguished delegates, Chairman, I am the representative of the International Patriotic Pact Organization. The UPR mechanism is a crucial platform for equal dialogue among the 193 member states worldwide to enhance human rights conditions. However, as a permanent member of the Security Council, the United States has refused to undergo the UPR, which is a contempt for the human rights oversight mechanism. During the third round of reviews, the United States received 347 recommendations on various issues such as racial discrimination and police brutality. However, it has chosen to evade supervision and epitomizes its hegemonic logic of being the referee but refusing to be scrutinized, and thereby revealing the hypocrisy and double standards. The United States, however, present themselves as human rights defenders while refusing themselves to be scrutinized. This undermines the international human rights system and impedes development. This should be condemned by everyone. Such actions undermine global progress in human rights. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, OCAPROS International thanks the delegation of Kuwait for its involvement in the UPR process and welcomes the openness to dialogue which marked this cycle. We welcome the acceptation of many recommendations aiming to protect the rights of women and children, in particular in the area of education, combating violence, and improving juvenile justice. These commitments mark significant progress which warrant recognition. In the same constructive spirit, OCAPROS International notes that some important recommendations, in particular those relating to equality in terms of citizenship and to the accession to key international instruments, were not yet accepted. We express the hope that Kuwait will continue to progress in these areas and that it will in the future consider fully joining these international frameworks, which will consolidate efforts already undertaken. Finally, we encourage Kuwait to pursue its reforms in the interests of all, and we reiterate our confidence in the continued and constructive dialogue guiding this process. Thank you. Thank you. I give the floor to the Association of Tamils in France by video.
We are awaiting Sri Lanka's upcoming Universal Periodic Review. For the Tamil people, past reviews have exposed grave violations in forces appearances, militarization, land grabs, and a persistent lack of justice. Yet Sri Lanka has repeatedly failed to implement meaningful recommendations. What is most appalling is a double standard in how this mechanism is enforced. There are recent UPR and related accountability processes in which victims are truly heard, perpetrators are punished, and international legal norms are upheld. For instance, in Germany, the Al-Khatib case, survivors of Syrian detention centers testified, and a senior official was convicted for torture, murder, sexual violence as crimes against humanity. In the United States, another example, Michael Sankoria from Gambia's Jamia era is being prosecuted under universal jurisdiction for torture and other abuses. In Finland, Jan Petrovsky was convicted for war crimes committed in Ukraine and sentenced to life in prison, reinforcing that national courts can transcend borders when justice so requires. Sri Lanka too must be held to the same standard. We call on member states to ensure that its next EPPR contains strong, measurable, and time-bound recommendations. Not only that, but persistent non-compliance should lead to stronger consequences, whether international monitoring, legal action, or other interventions. Otherwise, for victims and survivors, the UPR risks becoming yet another forum of broken promises.
Merci, c'était la dernière.
Thank you. This was the last statement on my list. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, with this last statement, we have concluded the consideration of agenda item 6. Thank you.
Excellences, distingués collègues.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, we will now hear the presentation of the High Commissioner's report under item 2 of the agenda on the database of all business enterprises involved in the activities detailed in paragraph 96 of the report of the Independent International Fact-Finding Mission to investigate the implications of the Israeli settlements on the civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights of the Palestinian people throughout the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Nada Al-Nashif, the Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, to present the report. You have the floor, Madam.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you will bear with my voice. I am here today to present the report of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, updating the database of business enterprises involved in certain activities in the Israeli settlements as mandated by this Council. The Council mandated the creation and updating of a database of business enterprises involved in one or more of 10 listed activities in Israeli settlements. This work was to be done in close consultation with the Working Group on the issue of human rights and transnational corporations and other business enterprises. The last comprehensive update covered the period up to 1 August 2019. The reporting period for this update therefore runs from 2 August 2019 to 30 April 2025. The report is based on an established methodology drawn from the guiding principles on business and human rights, on technical assessments, and on factual determinations. The guiding principles remain the key framework for assessing the potential involvement of companies in the activities falling within the scope of this mandate. Those activities include supplying equipment and materials that facilitate the construction of illegal settlements and the demolition of houses and property of Palestinians. They include surveillance activities, the use of natural resources for business purposes, and the pollution and dumping of waste in Palestinian villages. Throughout its work, our office has been guided by the principles of independence, impartiality, and objectivity. Mr. President, in preparing this update, our office issued a public call for inputs in May 2024. We received 733 submissions involving allegations of the potential involvement of 596 business enterprises in the listed activities. With the resources available, we were able to analyze and fully assess allegations of the potential involvement of 215 companies in listed activities, including the 97 listed in the 2023 update. These 215 companies were alleged to be conducting business activities with a direct physical link to land, such as construction, real estate, mining, or quarrying. We are continuing to assess the other 381 companies and will duly report on them. Out of the 215 business enterprises reviewed, the office found reasonable grounds to believe that 158 were involved in one or more of the listed activities during the assessment period. For 7 of the enterprises listed in the 2023 update, we found that involvement had since ceased and therefore removed them from the database. A business enterprise may be removed if credible information shows it is no longer involved in the activities that justified its inclusion. Most of the business enterprises listed are domiciled in Israel. The others are based in Canada, China, France, Germany, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Portugal, Spain, the United Kingdom, and the United States. The database is available on our website. In the interest of promoting transparency and dialogue, we will also post communications from companies requesting to have their comments shared publicly. For the purposes of future updates, our office will only review determinations of involvement when we receive reliable new information. Mr. President, this report is designed as a tool to inform states, business enterprises, and other stakeholders that there are reasonable grounds to believe that a company is involved in one or more of the listed activities, and to assist companies in complying with their responsibilities under international law. The report urges business enterprises to take action to address the adverse impact of their activities on human rights and to provide for remediation. It underscores the due diligence responsibility of business enterprises, in particular when they are operating in areas affected by conflict. The methodology used is one that is globally applicable. The report also emphasizes the duty of states to ensure that companies in their territory or subject to their jurisdiction do not contribute to serious human rights violations or abuses, particularly in areas affected by conflict. Our office has informed all the business enterprises that were screened that we had received allegations about their potential involvement in the listed activities and invited them to provide relevant information. Many have indeed taken this opportunity. Since the presentation of the previous report last year, my office has actively engaged with 14 member states, 38 business enterprises, and 22 other stakeholders, and we remain open to constructive dialogue. We call on member states, business enterprises, and other stakeholders to make constructive use of this update and to uphold their human rights obligations and responsibilities. Thank you very much.
Merci. Conformément.
Thank you. In keeping with our practice, we will now hear the delegations of concerned countries. I note that the delegation of Israel is not present in the room, and I have been informed that the distinguished representative of the State of Palestine will make his declaration as concerned state at the same time as he will speak under item 7. I now declare open item 7 of the agenda, the human rights situation in Palestine and other occupied Arab territories.
Nous allons à présent
We will now begin the general debate on item 7 of the agenda. I would remind you that requests for a right of reply will be given at the end of the general debate. I would remind all speakers to respect the speaking time, 1.5 minutes for each speaker, and the list of speakers will close in 15 minutes. In compliance with our custom, we will first hear from countries concerned. I note that the delegation of Israel is still not in the room. I therefore give the floor to the distinguished representative of the State of Palestine. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe I will deal with this topic and item 7, so I ask you kindly to group both times.
Okay. Shukran.
Thank you. I would like to thank Deputy High Commissioner and her office for the presentation of this update of the database of business enterprises involved in activities included in paragraph 96 of the 2012 report of the Independent Fact-Finding Mission. The first update. No, after the resolution 2016, the database was launched in 2020. 4 years later, it was updated in 2023. However, the resolution calls for an annual update. We believe that the recommendations in this report must be implemented and that in accordance with the guidelines on businesses and human rights based on the responsibilities of states, of corporations and business enterprises, and they need to provide effective remedies to victims. We refer here to the report of the SR on businesses and enterprises that contribute directly or indirectly to genocide. This include a number of corporations that shoulder legal and criminal responsibility. We condemn the US sanctions on SR Francesca Albanese. They ring counter to all laws and applicable norms, in addition to punitive measures taken against Palestinian human rights associations. Mr. President, in a few years, 2 years would have passed since the crime of genocide that was announced by the criminal Gallant on the 9th of October 2023. He ordered the cut of water, food, medication, and fuel with regards to the people of Gaza after the attack of the 7th of October that we condemn, since we are in principle against any targeting of civilians before the 7th of October or after the 7th of October, and the massacres that have been perpetrated against our people for the past 80 years. For 2 years, you have seen the magnitude of the crime against our people in Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. The casualties exceed 250,000 people, martyrs, wounded, missing, mostly women and children, let alone the forced displacement of over 2 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip for the 4th time under false pretexts of a safe haven without any necessities of life. The occupation power uses a policy of starvation as a weapon of war, including what is called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It has become a trap to kill the starving. This is denied by the criminal head of the genocidal government. He was allowed to address the General Assembly using lies, claiming that there is no famine, in spite of UN reports to the contrary. He said he provides 3,000 calories daily per person, even though we know of over 400 death due to starvation. He uses his army of criminals, but says they do not target civilians. We know that over 20,000 have died over 2 years of children, and he has ordered the placement of loudspeakers in the Gaza Strip so everybody can hear his speech. This is what the Nazis did in concentration camps. What's happening in the West Bank and East Jerusalem is no less. It is ugly, such as the genocide as in Gaza. We have seen killing, burning, destruction, attack on property, theft of resources, let alone 1,200 electronic gates and checkpoints. The Karama crossing is being closed continuously, not to speak of the brutality of the herds of settlers against civilians. And with regards to settlements, we have seen recently the approval of the criminal Netanyahu, the building of E1 to totally separate the north from the south of the West Bank. And In addition to all the above, they are stealing and withholding Palestinian funds to prevent the Palestinian Authority from discharging its duties towards its people. Here we would like to thank Saudi Arabia for the emergency coalition for the financial sustainability of the authority, in addition to a number of European countries. Mr. President, the Palestinian prisoners and detainees are not spared the brutality, ill treatment, deprivation of food, not to mention the provocative visits by the criminal Ben Gafir. Lastly, he visited prisoner Marwan al-Barghouti and threatened him inside his cell. There are over 18,000 arrests, 4,000 administrative detentions, and unknown numbers of cases of enforced disappearance. You have followed the last report of the fact-finding mission on the genocide. After 2 years, the committee has concluded that a genocide is unfolding in Gaza using documentation, legal investigation, and eyewitnesses. 4 of the genocidal actions were violated in accordance with the 1948 Convention. The ICJ has issued a number of decisions last year to take temporary measures to prevent genocide and called on states to shoulder their responsibilities. But the U.S. representative in the Security Council, with all arrogance, has attacked the committee and asked to abolish this committee in the meeting where the veto was used against 14 votes, requesting a ceasefire, the release of hostages, and humanitarian aid. You have followed last Monday the two-state solution conference presided by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France. We appreciate their efforts. We have seen their recognition of 11 states before and during the conference. In addition to 4 states that recognized Palestine last May. We welcome this step as an important step on the road to the two-state solution. These recognitions are not a reward to any party. They are an entitlement, a moral, legal, historic, and political obligation on all countries, even though it comes late, and even though some countries have not recognized, and we hope they will soon. In this context, we reaffirm the importance of implementing the New York Declaration, and we call on all states to take practical measures to put an end to the genocide and the settlement activities through a full cease of export of weapons to Israel from any place, and to reconsider diplomatic and business ties with the occupation government. Here we refer to the important steps taken by Spain and Slovenia and other countries to reach a comprehensive boycott of the genocidal government, as we saw with the apartheid government in South Africa, in order to put an end to the illegal occupation and for Palestinians to exercise the right to self-determination and sovereignty on their land, in their state. In conclusion, we would like to thank the international popular movements and solidarity everywhere around the world to stop the genocide and uphold the rights of the Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. I'd like to remind all of us to refer to governments of member states and their representatives in terms that are accepted and consistent with the practice at the United Nations.
I've been informed that the delegation of the Syrian Arab Republic is not requesting the floor at this stage. We therefore turn to the list of members of the Council. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Indonesia, His Excellency Vice Minister of Human Rights of Indonesia. You have the floor.
No.
Mr. President, the relentless assault against the Palestinians as well as act of aggression against other sovereign states represent a total desecration of the very foundation of international law. Humanity is trampled before our eyes as Palestinians continue to be deprived of their most basic right in their own land. While UN agencies report an alarming malnutrition, and now North Gaza is facing famine, the safety and well-being of the Palestinian people must remain our highest priority. Alleviating humanitarian catastrophe and protecting of civilians must come first. As member of the Ministerial Group for the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel, Indonesia also calls on all parties to ensure the safety of humanitarian personnel who serve to protect humanity. Mr. President, far too many children in the occupied Palestinian territory have witnessed the horror of war as they grew up vulnerable in an endless cycle of fear and hatred. While delivering and strengthening humanitarian aid is crucial, accountability remains the hammer that can break this chain. The future of the two-state solution rests on how firmly we uphold accountability. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait on behalf of the GCC.
سيد الرئيس ترحب دول مجلس التعاون.
President, the states of the GCC are pleased at the results of the high-level summit on the Palestinian question and the implementation of the two-state solution in coordination with Saudi Arabia and France. And we're pleased to see efforts to strive to find a peaceful solution to the Palestinian question, thanks to the two-state solution. The states of the GCC commend the report of the fact-finding mission that established that the crimes committed by the forces in Gaza are constitute genocide, and it should compel the international community to take on its moral and legal responsibility to halt occurrences and to hold the perpetrators to account. It's essential to arrive at an immediate comprehensive ceasefire in Gaza, release prisoners, and ensure the arrival of emergency humanitarian aid. Interruption. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan on behalf of the OIC.
Thank you, Mr. President. The OIC group condemns in the strongest terms Israel's heinous crimes and genocide in the occupied Palestinian territory, especially the Gaza Strip. Over the past 2 years, Israel has caused an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. Siege, starvation, and deprivation of food and medicine have been used as weapons against the Palestinian people. The expansion of illegal settlements in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, has been accompanied by a concerted campaign to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian people from their native land. We affirm our solidarity with special procedures and civil society facing reprisals for speaking out against the occupying powers' atrocities. Annexing any part of the OPT is a blatant assault on the Palestinian people's inalienable right to self-determination, as well as a nullification of efforts to achieve a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in the region. Mr. President, Israel's cowardly attack in Qatar sought to disrupt efforts to end the carnage in Gaza. Its disregard for diplomacy and pattern of aggression against regional countries conclusively answers any lingering questions about Israel's intentions. The Office of the High Commissioner's Database Update, findings by the Commission of Inquiry, and Special Rapporteur on OPT and rulings of the International Court of Justice are adding up to an incontrovertible truth. States' obligations under the Genocide Convention are clear. Ignoring the televised Palestinian Holocaust must not be an option. I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria on behalf of a group of Arab states.
Thank you, Mr. President. Algeria is honored to deliver the statement on behalf of the Arab group that stresses its firm support of the inalienable right of the Palestinian people, especially the right of self-determination and the establishment of its independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital, as well as the right of the Syrian Arab Republic in the occupied Syrian Golan, and it calls upon ending this occupation. We are deeply concerned regarding the grave violations committed by the occupying power, including genocide in Gaza. It welcomes the fact-finding commission report that documented those crimes, and it calls upon accountability and putting an end to impunity. We call upon imposing sanctions and putting a full end to the transfer of weapons to Israel and ending the illegal occupation of Golan. We welcome the recent update of companies involved in activities in illegal settlements, and we call upon ending such activities in conformity with the rules of the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana on behalf of a group of African states.
Mr. President, the ongoing Israeli military occupation of Arab territories is a situation of protracted conflict that continues to inflict a heavy toll on the human rights and fundamental freedoms of the people in the occupied Palestinian and Arab territories. We cannot normalize cruelty. The African group expresses grave concern at violations of international humanitarian and human rights law committed against the Palestinian people, worsened by Israel's aggression against Gaza, the obstruction of humanitarian assistance, and escalating violations in the West Bank. Grounded in its values of opposing colonialism, oppression, and apartheid, the African group reaffirms its support for the Palestinian struggle to exercise their right to self-determination and establish an independent state based on the 4th June 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. The group denounces collective punishment and attempts at forced displacement and rejects any attempt to liquidate the Palestinian cause through displacement, a violation of international law, and the right to self-determination. The group calls on Israel to comply with ICJ provisional orders, reiterate support for relevant UNGA resolutions and the United Nations Secretary General's position, and warns that atrocities despite the peace agreement threaten peace and security in the Middle East. The group further stresses the need to address the root causes, i.e. prolonged occupation, confiscation of land, settlement expansion, violations of international law, and defiance of Security Council resolutions. Mr. President, resolving the Palestinian question through a two-state solution is essential. Thank you.
La liste des orateurs est maintenant.
Thank you. The list of speakers is now closed, and I give the floor to the distinguished speaker, distinguished delegate of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela on behalf of a group of countries. Thank you, President. Venezuela is honored to take the floor on behalf of the group of friends in defense of the Charter of the UN. For almost 2 years, the Palestinian people has borne the brunt of a spiral of genocidal acts and serious international crimes at the hands of Israel that's now claimed over 56,000 lives, mostly women and children. The fact-finding missions confirmed that Israel is committing genocide. The International Court of Justice ordered provisional measures to prevent genocide in January of 2024. However, Israel stepped up its aggression. The international community must bring about an end to this cycle of impunity, because anything else makes our system complicit and turns the legal order into a tool of injustice. We reaffirm the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice of July 2024 on the illegal nature of the continued presence of Israel in Palestine. Finally, we would urge states to exert pressure on Israel to bring about an end to genocide and the illegal occupation, as well as Israel's illegal occupation of the Syrian Golan. Thank you, President.
Merci. Je ne vois pas la...
Thank you. I do not see the delegation of Uganda in the room. I therefore turn to the delegation of Colombia on behalf of a group of countries.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. I'm making this statement on behalf of the Hague Group. And in Bogota, there was an international conference held in Bogota on Palestine, and we adopted a statement with 13 supporting countries with suggestions to try to halt the genocide against the Palestinian people. We committed to asking that our territories not be used to transport war weaponry to Israel. We want to ensure that there are no war crimes or crimes against humanity committed by Israel that enjoy impunity. Putting an end to the barbarity in Gaza is not only a legal obligation in keeping with international law, but also a moral imperative for the entire international community. Therefore, we appeal to all members and observers of this Council to adopt effective members with a view to halting the crimes perpetrated by Israel against the Palestinian people. We must invite states that have condemned the genocide in the Gaza Strip to join the Hague Group and to support the Bogota Declaration on the 16th of July. Thank you, President.
Merci. Je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait.
Mr. President, the state of Kuwait stresses that the genocide endured by the brotherly people of Palestine for almost 2 years in the Gaza Strip is as concluded by the International Independent Fact-Finding Committee, is a genocide in addition to the blockade. The deliberate starvation is embodiment of the crimes committed by the occupying power, its oppression and its abuse of civilians, turning a blind eye to these crimes committed in Palestine while raising the slogans of respecting international law and other places is double standards, and it undermines equality and justice. Called for by the United Nations. We stress the momentum that was created in the high-level international conference to settle the Palestinian question under Saudi Arabia and France. A large number of friendly countries have recognized the independent state of Palestine, and we call the remaining countries to take additional similar steps. Mr. President, the state of the Kuwait has a principal position in supporting the brotherly people of Palestine and their legitimate rights. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, je donne la
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba.
Señor Presidente.
President, whilst we give speeches here, 2.2 million people in Gaza are condemned to hunger because of the genocidal actions of the Israeli regime that has military and financial resources and impunity that is backed by the government of the US. We have seen 56,000 Palestinians killed over the past couple of years, mostly women and children. This council must do more in the face of this massacre that is ongoing. We need to put an end to selectivity and doublespeak. Several states here accuse many countries of supposed human rights violations, whilst they indulge in their own problems and remain silent or complicit to the genocide of the Palestinian people. Others play an appalling role. It's the case of Al Watch, a group that is disguised as an apparent independent NGO. Their efforts to justify the crimes of the Israeli government and attacking any of people who are trying to defend the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people are really shameful, or cover themselves in shame in the face compared to other veritable NGOs. We need to see an end to the occupation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Mexico expresses its concern at the invasion and occupation of lands, the demolition of property, and the systematic control on natural resources in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. These practices undermine the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. We also deplore that transnational companies participate in activities that are connected to these settlements through financial operations or provision of services or exploitation of resources. Mexico recognizes the importance of the mandate of the OHCHR to keep the database of activities involved in activities of concern up to date. And this is a key tool for transparency and accountability. We would appeal to states to comply with their international legal obligations and encourage businesses to apply policies that are in keeping with the guiding principles on business and human rights. Respect for human rights is crucial for lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of France. Thank you, Mr. President. France reiterates its condemnations of the terrorist attacks of the 7th of October 2023, and we condemn them without the slightest proviso, as nothing ever anywhere can justify terrorism. But nor does anything today justify the continuation of the war in Gaza. The recognition of the State of Palestine by France on the 22nd of September opens the path to a just and lasting peace in the interest of both the Israelis and the Palestinians. This recognition of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people takes away nothing from the rights of the Israeli people, which France has supported from day one. It is, on the contrary, a defeat for Hamas and for all those who fuel anti-Semitism or seek the destruction of the State of Israel. Mr. President, the absolute priority is the immediate liberation of the 48 hostages, alongside the end of military operations throughout Gaza and the immediate provision and unimpeded provision of humanitarian humanitarian assistance. Hamas must be disarmed and excluded from the governance to come in Gaza as well as throughout the Palestinian territory. The second phase will be the stabilization and reconstruction in Gaza, and this must go through the establishment of a transition administration, including the Palestinian authorities, accompanied by security forces. France is prepared to contribute to an international stabilization mission and to support, with European and international partners, the training and equipping of Palestinian security forces.
The representant des Maldives.
The Maldives has the floor.
Mr. President, the concept of unity is tested in Palestine. For decades, this Council, the General Assembly, and the Security Council have spoken with clarity. Resolution 67/19 affirms the Palestinians' right to statehood. Resolution 2334 declares Israeli settlements illegal. Yet Israel continues to expand its illegal settlements, undermining the prospect of a two-state solution. The establishment of an independent sovereign Palestinian state based on pre-1916 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital is not a gift. It is a right enshrined in international law. Mr. President, a few days ago, UN Commission of Inquiry declared that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza in defiance of international law and in disregard of the orders of the International Court of Justice. We are appalled by the Israelis' actions, including blocking humanitarian aid, causing widespread starvation, systematically destroying Gaza's healthcare and education system, committing systematic acts of sexual and gender-based violence, and directly targeting children. Mr. President, symbolic gestures are simply not enough. We call for an immediate ceasefire, unimpeded humanitarian access, and all arms sales to Israel, and decisive international action to bring occupation to an end. Until that day comes, the Maldives will stand unshaken with the people of Palestine. I thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished.
Mr. President, China is deeply concerned about the human rights situation in Palestine and other occupied Arab territories. This round of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has dragged on for 2 years, resulting in unprecedented humanitarian catastrophes. Yet Israel continues to press ahead with its plan to take over Gaza, accelerating the annexation of the West Bank and carrying out airstrikes targeting Hamas figures involved in peace talks in Qatar. These actions seriously violate international legal norms, gravely infringe upon the right to survival and the right to development of the Palestinian people and neighboring populations, and directly undermine stability in the Middle East. Given the urgency of this situation, the international community must give priority to the Palestinian issue and work swiftly towards its resolution. We must push for a comprehensive ceasefire in Gaza, revive the two-state solution, and safeguard peace and stability in the region. China firmly supports the just cause of the Palestinian people. We stand ready to work with the international community to promote a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution to the Palestinian question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar.
Mr. President, the state of Qatar welcomes that a number of countries have formally recognized the state of Palestine, which is a victory for the inalienable right of the Palestinian people, and it goes in line with the relevant Security Council resolutions, as well as the New York Declaration on the two-state solution and the establishment of independent state of Palestine based on the borders of 1967. The Israeli occupation undermines prospects of peace in the region. It is launching aggressive settlement activities, including the blatant attack on the 9th of September on my state that was met with explicit condemnation by the international community. And there have been attempts for a ceasefire, which was supported by the international community. We look forward to the international community shouldering its legal and moral, ethical responsibility to put an end to genocide, forced deportation, starvation, and to allow unhindered access to humanitarian assistance, and to hold all perpetrators accountable for those grave crimes committed against the Palestinian people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci,
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Vietnam is deeply concerned about the ongoing hostilities, loss of lives, destruction of civilians' infrastructures, and the suffering of the Palestinian people, especially in Gaza. We call for an immediate ceasefire, the protection of civilians, and urgent humanitarian aid. We also emphasize the need for unimpeded humanitarian access and urge all parties to take necessary precautions to protect civilian lives and infrastructures, fully complying with the international humanitarian law, particularly the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution. Vietnam calls for genuine negotiations based on international law, the UN Charter, and relevant resolutions. We strongly support the two-state solution based on pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as a capital of Palestine, living peacefully alongside Israel, in peaceful coexistence, security, and mutual recognition in accordance with UN resolutions and international law. Vietnam was among the first to recognize the State of Palestine and consistently support Palestine's full membership in the UN. Vietnam stands ready to contribute positively to peace efforts and to support the international community in achieving a just, lasting resolution. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile.
Thank you, President. In the most recent report, the Independent Fact-Finding Commission highlighted the serious situation for Palestinians in Gaza, with 500,000 people facing famine, including 1 in 5 children suffering malnutrition. On this, the Commission concluded that the Israelis' conduct was tantamount to desiring to destroy Palestinians in Gaza. We are concerned at the findings that would suggest that there are grounds that Israel's committed acts of genocide, and that these are in keeping with the initial findings of the International Criminal Court of Justice. We need to take action. In September, Chile welcomed refugees from Gaza that were compelled to leave home because of the imminent risk to their lives. We value the recent acknowledgement of Palestine as a sovereign case by UK, Canada, Australia, and Portugal, and we would request those who have committed to do so to fulfill the commitment. This is a significant step to the two-state solution. This is the only way of guaranteeing peace, security, and dignity to the Palestinian and Israeli people. Chile hopes that this recognition will help to contribute to protecting the Palestinian people and for respect of their right to self-determination. Thank you. Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. Before our eyes, we're seeing genocide. The international community has not complied with its obligation to prevent it. Now, we have to stop it. Spain respects the right of Israel as their right to self-defense, given the attack of the 7th of October, and we also call for release of the remaining hostages. But it's intolerable to see the thousands of civilian victims and the deaths because of famine and the displacement of people and the destruction of hospitals and schools and infrastructure. It must stop. We must not see obstacles to humanitarian aid. We also need to see a halt to the settlements on the West Bank and obstacles placed in the way of the two-state solution. We regret the obstacles that have been established in the General Assembly in New York, as well as the barriers that we've seen in this Human Rights Council. We call for the respect of the ruling from the International Court of Justice, and that we see progress with the emergency coalition to try to provide aid to those in Palestine. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, the persistent lack of action in the face of the continuing genocidal actions in Gaza appeals not only to the human conscience in general, but especially those of human rights defenders, which this council is designed to represent. The double standards towards Palestine is all the more unbearable in that the genocidal action of the occupying power is publicly shouldered and documented by the Commission of Inquiry of this council and implemented. Yes, Mr. President, this is verified, especially when we look at the selective view that some take, given the targeting and the deafening silence of this situation of the Palestinian people facing a planned genocide, which is politically assumed. We see ourselves facing failure with devastating circumstances. The human rights are supposed to be universal, but we find they are relative and conditional, as well as denied when we're speaking of the Palestinian people. The daily lives of the Palestinians, which are rhythmed by massacres and bombings, are simply nothing but a daily repetition of the Kristallnacht under the eyes of
Représentant du Brésil.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the Deputy High Commissioner for her update. During the high-level segment of the 80th UN General Assembly, President Lula warned of the risk of disappearance of the Palestinian people. He underscored the dire situation in Gaza, marked by mass killings, widespread forced displacement, and the use of hunger as a weapon of war. The situation in Gaza must not overshadow the parallel crisis in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, where grave human rights violations persist. Violence perpetrated by Israeli settlers and military incursions are a primary concern, directly contributing to the forced displacement of Palestinians in the occupied Palestinian territory. The ever-present threat of Israeli annexation further jeopardizes the prospect of peace. Brazil expressed its deep appreciation for the work undertaken by this Council and its special procedures in documenting human rights violations within the occupied Palestinian territory. We strongly condemn the threats and sanctions directed at HRC mandate holders. Justice and accountability are essential to achieve reparations and ensure the non-recurrence of these violations against the Palestinian people. Brazil remains committed to a two-state solution. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole au distingué.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Bangladesh condemns in the strongest possible terms the ongoing genocide and crimes against humanity committed by Israel against the Palestinian people in Gaza. What the world is witnessing today is one of the gravest humanitarian tragedies of our time. The death toll in Gaza has now exceeded 66,000 with more than 168,000 wounded. Among them are over 18,000 children, a generation deliberately annihilated. Mr. President, we strongly denounce Israel's flagrant violations of international humanitarian and human rights law. This brazen contempt is perpetuated by the shield of unconditional support it continues to receive from certain quarters. Bangladesh concurs with the findings of the Commission of Inquiry that we are witnessing a genocide happening live. The international community cannot remain complicit through inaction and silence. Bangladesh therefore demands an immediate and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza, an end to the illegal siege with full and sustained humanitarian access, and international accountability for Israel's war crimes, crimes against humanity, and acts of genocide through relevant judicial mechanisms. Mr. President, finally, Bangladesh reaffirms its unwavering support for the establishment of an independent, sovereign, and viable state of Palestine based on the two-state solution and on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. I thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Gambia.
Señor The Gambia aligns itself with statements delivered by the groups to which it belongs. We reaffirm our unwavering solidarity with the Palestinian people and their legitimate aspirations for freedom, dignity, and self-determination. Mr. President, the worsening humanitarian crisis marked by starvation, mass displacement, indiscriminate attacks on civilians, and severe restriction on aid supplies demands urgent international action. The recent finding of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry that Israel forces have committed acts of genocide under the Genocide Convention in Gaza is a stain on our collective conscience. The Gambia welcomes the growing recognition of the State of Palestine by the majority of the world states as a reaffirmation of the inherent right of self-determination. We underscore the urgent need for accountability and respect for international humanitarian law and human rights law as the only means to a just and lasting peace on the basis of the two-state solution with East Jerusalem as the capital of an independent state of Palestine. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia.
Colombia firmly condemns the business involvement in the crimes committed in the occupied Palestinian territory. There is the Israeli machinery is used for extermination, and we've seen displacement and destruction. In the face of this these barbaric acts, the international community must call for accountability and concrete measures that can halt any financial resources that are channeled to support this invasion. Colombia condemns the actions that create disproportionate impact on children and women, and the destruction of infrastructure and community, as well as the crumbling of any aid systems. Colombia is committed to human rights and raises its voice to call for the end of the genocide and accountability for all involved. No, we should not wait any longer before we can unite our efforts to ensure that this abominable genocide comes to a halt. As the distinguished ambassador of Spain said a short while ago. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa.
President, 80 years ago, the UN was established to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Yet this objective remains in tatters for the Palestinians as Israel continues to violate international law with impunity. Accordingly, Gaza is in ruins, strewn with the bodies of the innocent, where those who survive cling to a life of starvation, deprivation, and disease. The victims are the targets of a campaign, a genocide aimed at erasing the Palestinians as a group. While South Africa welcomes the recent meeting on the two-state solution at UNGA, we must take action now to end the suffering of the Palestinians, together with Israel's unlawful occupation, which lies at its core. As the report of the Commission of Inquiry concluded, all states have a legal duty to prevent and punish genocide. States need not wait for a court ruling to act, as they were put on notice when the ICJ issued its first provisional order. The Hague Group was established for this purpose, and we urge states to join us in taking measures to promote accountability and uphold international law. Much as we need to hold Israel accountable, corporate entities too must be held to account, and we therefore appreciate the update to the database. As South Africa's Nobel Peace Prize laureate, the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu stated, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor." Let these words inspire us to collectively end the injustice against the Palestinians once and for all. I thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole au distingué.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sudan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman.
الكامل مع الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق.
The Sudan welcomes the brotherly people of Palestine, who has for decades been subjected to all forms of violation, especially in Gaza, facing a siege which has lasted for too long. Sudan supports all efforts aiming to put an end to the cycle of violence and to achieve a fair and definitive settlement of this crisis. And that would begin by putting an end to the occupation and allow Palestinians to use their inalienable right to self-determination according to international law. We have taken note of the report, which focuses on the role of businesses in the settlements. The states and businesses play a legal and moral role that is important, and international law criminalizes all human rights violations.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bolivia.
Señor Presidente,
President, as regards the report, we believe the update of the database is timely. The database on businesses that participate in activities connected to the settlement in occupied Palestinian territories. We must respect our legal obligations under international law as clarified by the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion, particularly when it indicates that states need to regulate businesses that are domiciled in their territory or subject to their jurisdiction. The plurinational state of Bolivia reaffirms its commitment to item 7 and the procedures that are following the human rights situation in Palestine, which is currently in a catastrophic situation, and we're seeing genocide. We cannot overemphasize the seriousness of the crimes committed by the occupying power and by those international businesses that are involved either explicitly or by omission. We need to see a ceasefire in Gaza and access to humanitarian aid without any obstacles put in its path. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Morocco.
سيد الرئيس يجدد المغرب الدعوة إلى وقف
Thank you, Mr. President. We once again call for an end to Israeli occupation and a return to the negotiating table to put an end to war and ensure stability and security in the Middle East. Morocco also calls for the opening of all crossings for the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza and to allow for a return of the refugees and the internally displaced persons to their homes. Morocco remains committed to the essential role of UNRWA and all the relief organizations affiliated with the Palestinian Authority and the UN. Moreover, we call for an urgent intervention to put an end to attacks in the West Bank, in particular the destruction of houses and displacement of civilians and the protection of holy sites under the status quo in place since 1967. In concluding, Mr. President, Morocco welcomes the momentum in terms of the recognition of the state of Palestine by many states, as well as the movement towards a two-state solution, which is the only realistic one. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Iceland.
Mr. President, Iceland reiterates that issues dealt with under agenda item 7 should rather be discussed under other agenda items. This Council must, however, discuss the appalling human rights situation of Palestinians, most notably due to the Israeli relentless and unjustifiable military operations in Gaza. Civilians in Gaza are facing famine, disease and death, not to mention the complete lack of all basic services. Iceland yet again reiterates the call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the restoration of humanitarian access, as well as the release of all hostages held by Hamas. In the West Bank, Iceland strongly condemns the continued and escalating violence by the settler community against Palestinians and reiterates that under international law, Israel is responsible for the protection of the population of the territory it occupies. Israel must also uphold the Convention on the Rights of the Child, in particular the right to education. More focus needs to be given to the plight of detained Palestinian children, and they must be released. Human dignity and fundamental rights need to be upheld in Palestine. This Council cannot advocate for adherence to international law only for some. It is our collective duty to ensure accountability and respect for international obligations. I thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belgium.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Belgium remains deeply concerned by the situation in Gaza. Given the humanitarian tragedy and given the violence perpetrated by Israel in violation of international law, Belgium has decided, given its international obligations, including the duty to prevent any risk of genocide, to take several measures in order to guarantee the two-state solution and increase pressure on the Israeli government. These measures are currently being implemented and include, amongst others, a policy of refusing to allow for the export and the transit of weapons, as well as a national ban on the import of goods produced, used, or processed in the occupied Palestinian territory. The extremist ministers Ben Gvir and Smotrich and the political and military leaders of Hamas have been declared persona non grata in Belgium, and we are working towards sanctions against violent Israeli settlers and Hamas leaders. Belgium is stepping up efforts to provide humanitarian assistance by all possible means and is particularly engaged in continuing medical evacuations of children with complex illnesses who cannot be treated in the region. And finally, we continue to support the ICC, and we joined the appeal of the High Commissioner to lift sanctions against 3 Palestinian human rights organizations due to their contribution to the ICC investigation. Thank you. Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana.
Presidents, Ghana aligns with the statements on the African Group and thanks the High Commissioner for his comprehensive reports on the humanitarian and human rights situation in the occupied Palestinian territories. We are deeply concerned about the deplorable living conditions of the Palestinian population, the widespread of displacements of civilians, and the demolition of Palestinian-owned structures, which exacerbate tensions, deepen mistrust, and undermines the prospects of a future Palestinian state. We commend the resilience of the Palestinian people in the face of ongoing systematic violence. We call for the removal of restrictions on humanitarian aid and other essential facilities, as unhindered assistance is critical to saving lives and alleviating suffering. Ghana also underscores the need for accountability for all the grave violations of human rights and international law. Mr. President, Ghana believes that a genuine diplomatic process backed by the commitments of both Palestinians and Israelis is the only path to a just, deplorable, durable, and comprehensive peace. In this context, we look forward to a meaningful international engagement and dialogue toward achieving a two-state solution. In closing, we urge all parties to prioritize constructive dialogue and collective action to achieve a secure and peaceful resolution for both Israel and Palestine. I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. And this was the last speaker on my list. I would like to thank interpreters for their flexibility, which allows us to extend the session by 5 minutes. So we are now on observers.
Fahmi Noman, Deputy Minister of Legal Affairs and Human Rights of Yemen.
السيد الرئيس.
Mr. President, Yemen welcomes the results of the conference presided by Saudi Arabia and France. So we associate ourselves with the statements of groups we belong to. We reaffirm the rights of the Palestinian people, especially the right to self-determination, the establishment of an independent state on the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as the capital. We reaffirm that the continuation of the Israeli occupation is a flagrant violation of international law, the Geneva Conventions and the UN Charter. The genocide perpetrated by the Israeli occupation and systematic daily violations are beyond war crimes and crimes against humanity. We must have accountability in this context. We commend the objective reports of Special Rapporteur Albanese. We condemn the defamation campaigns against her. We call on the international community to immediately move to put an end to these flagrant violations and to enable the Palestinian people to exercise its right to self-determination. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole au distingué.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Iraq.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. يعرب العراق عن قلقه العميق إزاء الوضع الإنساني المروع في قطاع غزة.
We'd like to express our concern at the disastrous human rights situation in Gaza, particularly the spread of famine and its catastrophic impact on civilians, particularly children, women, and older persons and displaced persons. The humanitarian disaster in Gaza is the direct result of the genocide we've been seeing unrolling before our eyes over the last 2 years at the hands of this occupying power that flouts human rights. We see a health and sanitary emergency that needs our intervention. We're calling on the international community to take urgent measures to prevent the continuation of the genocide in Gaza, the opening of crossing points for humanitarian aid, and to ensure that international law can be respected. We are pleased to see the report on the database, and we denounce the threat by the Prime Minister of the occupying power to invade. Interruption. This was the last speaker we were able to accommodate during this meeting. This brings us to the end of the meeting. We will see each other tomorrow at 10 for the annual debate on gender issues in the work of the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms, as well as to continue the general debate on item 7 of the agenda. I therefore declare closed the 32nd meeting of the 60th session of the Human Rights Council. Thank you and have a good evening.
you.